areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo ahorita.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and find solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OAS y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Con la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Release Mike para salir de la sala, les agradecemos. Muy amables.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OAS y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo por ahorita.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo a la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esse aí, perfeito. Esse é. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, bom trabalho a todos.
Muito obrigado.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OAS y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Buen día, Fernando. Señor Secretario. Hola, Jaime. ¿Cómo estás? Buena verte. ¿Está todo bien? Todo poco en
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American
Así agarra toda la señal desde el comienzo.
Perfecto. Tú me avisas, ¿no?
Yo le aviso, exacto.
Gracias.
Adelante, Ana.
Magnífico. Vamos a comenzar con la sesión inaugural del 50º periodo ordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General. Se encuentra
We are going to begin our 50th session of the General Assembly. We have Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the American Organization of American States, Mr. Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, heads of delegation, ambassadors and permanent representatives, chairs and directors of organizations, members of civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take up more time. I will give now the floor to Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Mr. Secretary, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Anna. Esteemed friends, the virtual format in which we are meeting today is a sign of the reality we are living, separate but together. Coronavirus has shown up the fragility of political, social, and economic systems in which we live. We need to unite to move forward and eliminate this invisible scourge affecting both rich and poor countries. Distinguished ministers, heads of delegation, we are learning to manage the consequences of the new coronavirus pandemic that has taken the life of over 1 million people throughout the world. Our continent has become an epicenter of COVID-19, with more than a quarter of cases in the world. There is no safe refuge from this invisible enemy because the cases in North America and throughout the hemisphere is growing. This virus has tested the strongest organizations and institutions and democracies. These additional pressures have further affected governance and delivery of services. Efficiency is judged by responses given to a crisis for which no one was prepared. As main political forum in the region, able to bring together member states, civil society, private sector, workers, academics, and other key actors, the OAS has worked hard to strengthen and build coordination. We have had dialogue based on achievement of strategies, of regional solutions to support the 4 key pillars of the organization: democracy, human rights, multidimensional unity and development. Democracy itself is a social act. It is a manner in which we commit towards our citizens, and it is based essentially on dialogue. The very function of electoral campaigns, the legislative bodies, the judicial processes require that voices and persons come together. The political systems have been severely impacted. Elections have been postponed in some instances. Health controls has curtailed the exercise of some of our rights that we've considered essential to our societies. The Bolivian electoral process that took place so recently, and we congratulate the winner, and we also congratulate all the participants, because ultimately people who had, as a Bolivian yesterday pointed out, a lot of pain, a capacity for resilience, showed how possible it was to have free, transparent, elections with an outcome that clearly establishes the legitimacy of the incoming government. The right to freedom of movement, freedom to meet, we have had to reconsider the spirit of these rights in order to guarantee public order necessary to preserve life. The reality of a pandemic with an invisible virus that spreads through air, and the response to the crisis has required of all of us a major effort so that these core freedoms of citizens become also part of the responsibility we must assume, because citizenry also have a key responsibility to contain and limit the propagation of the virus. It is essential for the decisions to be proportional to the objectives and goals we set ourselves. In the cases mentioned, such as quarantines and lockdowns, governments have assumed responsibility to ensure access to basics such as food, water, and health care. States have selected their response, but it's difficult to distinguish the successful responses from inadequate ones. We need to be aware of our responsibility to guarantee all freedoms. There is no doubt that we cannot allow this crisis to be used as an excuse for authoritarian attitudes. We must distinguish with great awareness what is necessary today and how this is going to affect our basic rights tomorrow. The true test for our systems is the speed with which we can re-establish civil freedoms, the freedoms of our democracies, while guaranteeing public health and the safety of our people. To prepare a holistic response needs to focus and pay special attention to the most vulnerable, who are most afflicted by the pandemic. Data clearly show how the crisis generated by the pandemic has hit much harder those groups who were already in a situation of vulnerability: women, people in poverty, unpaid workers, refugees, Afro-descendants, indigenous populations, disabled persons, LGBT people, children, young people, and young adults. Structural inequalities that translate in major gaps to economic, cultural, social, political rights of our people. The difference was visible prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, but they have become much more evident now, turning these groups into the first and principal victims of the crisis. Our region hosts 25 million indigenous peoples. These populations are affected not only by poverty and extreme poverty, but also limited access to basic services and technology. The situation of our indigenous peoples does not allow them to access online education and even public services and medical services. And this includes the use of technological tools. Sectors occupied by women, service, tourism, informal work, domestic work. The pandemic has affected security in workplace because the employees that used to be considered safe are now qualified as dangerous. We feel forced to recognize a lack of protection in the workplace. In some regions, up to 25% of women work in the informal sector without label security or even a social support network if they lose their income. We have also seen many women forced to abandon their work because of the health emergency. They work as providers of care, such as in services like teaching, caregiving, are subject to so many requirements that they can no longer continue providing services or be on the workforce. Women are at the front line of the crisis. 70% of service providers when it comes to health and social services are women, and they're highly exposed to COVID-19 through that work. Nonetheless, women are absent from the decision-making and policy determining because of their concerns, and they cannot have a voice in deciding policy. We need to have measures and policies that guarantee that women don't disappear from the economic and social and political ambits. 1 out of 3 women has been victim of domestic violence in this context. The family, on the other hand, has also been crucial to provide material support as well as psychological and physical backing for everyone, so fundamental for everyone. The OAS states are also facing one of the most severe migratory crises in the world because of the Venezuela dictatorship. Migrants are the first to lose their jobs, usually. Most don't have health services, and they are living in conditions where it is possible or impossible to have social distancing. The crisis is also generating hunger and food insecurity. This year, there will be a 269% increase in the number of people in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean that will suffer from hunger and food insecurity. We are also concerned by the migratory situation in this area also. There's matters of security at risk in our region: drug trafficking, threatening our security and stability. Criminal organizations have shown their ability to adapt, to find new routes, methodologies, and recruiting methods in order to sell their products. the retail sale and the use of narco aircraft that can land in clandestine airstrips is more obvious. Hidden drugs have also been found in shipments for first need sent to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. The use of new technologies and recent digitization by governments in the hemisphere have also shown the importance of having secure, efficient cybersecurity systems. From March to June in this region, there was a 50% increase in cyber attacks, and over 4,000 corporate attacks were compromised. No country has been free of these actions. This growing need on internet has also generated new opportunities to recruit and radicalize terrorists and extremists amongst the young people in our region. And the internet has also been used to prevent criminality and delinquency. There are national security and emergency systems offering a common basis to share practices and good practices to counteract the effects of the pandemic. All our projects and programs when it comes to public security, as well as our efforts against international organized crime, have transferred to the virtual arena to support member states to combat the illicit transfer of weapons and also other activities such as trafficking in persons. The economic crisis caused by the pandemic has affected the world economy as well. According to ECLAC, prior to the global crisis, the debt had reached a historical percentage of 320% of global GDP. This was overcome in the first quarter of this year when it reached 331%. Although public income have dropped this past year, demand to increase public spending to protect public health and to provide care and assistance to people who are now jobless has forced countries to take on an additional unexpected debt burden. Latin America and the Caribbean, as a region, have been most affected by the COVID-19, with a major drop in external funding, economic uncertainty, collapse of tourism, the consequences of lockdowns to try and contain the propagation of the disease. ECLAC thinks the GDP will drop again by 9.1% by the end of this year, the worst figure in 120 years. In the Caribbean, the implications of the situation can be seen everywhere. Not only have the possible gains been eliminated, but unemployment is increasing, and some think there will be a 25% contraction in the economies of the Caribbean nations. Despite only 8% of the population existing there, most of the countries, a large proportion of the countries are in our region, and 34% of deaths in the world have been registered there. Poverty is one of the causes. The region has 60% of workers in informal sectors, which means that if they were to abide by the quarantine, they would die. Only some employees have unemployment security. According to the ILO, the average unemployment in the region will increase 4 to 5 percentage points, reaching historic records of 41 million individuals unemployed. It is expected that poverty will reach levels as in 2005, with 231 million living in poverty, whereas extreme poverty would be equal to what it was in 1919, a 30-year slippage with 96 million people living in extreme poverty. Out of the 650 million, 52 would drop out of the middle class and live with less than $2 a day. According to a recent UNICEF report, the health crisis was a triple shock for children, adolescents, and youth, with a prolonged exposure to lack of school, lockdowns, and health securities, and loss of economic security. This will have a repercussion in the short, medium, and long term. putting in jeopardy an entire generation. As no other recent crisis, this pandemic reminds us we're all interconnected. The individual decisions affect us all. They seem so intimate, like washing your hands, obey the quarantine, social distancing, use a mask. These have immediate consequences, both locally, nationally, and globally. The only way to beat this battle is like no battle earlier. It is betting on solidarity and regional cooperation. We have a long way ahead of us. We cannot lose sight of what will come after the COVID-19 pandemic. To develop a response, we need to focus on key elements that will help build a more solid, resilient future. We will have to help transform our societies with greater commitment for education, and an approach allowing our countries to enjoy food security, access to health care, to medicines, and respect of our human rights should become the norm. We must be diligent with the many contradictions that need to be tackled. One of the most obvious is the fast acceleration to a more virtual world, because we have been forced into finding new ways to connect, work, and learn. Although this has become an incredible opportunity for those who are connected, they can continue with their life in a safe manner, but for others it has just marginalized them even more because of the digital gap. States have before them a historical moment to design innovative responses instead of reproducing what is known. They want to address the vulnerabilities that were exposed in the crisis, inequality, and focusing on international and national standards when it comes to human rights. It is in our hands to change the so-called formal normal to a new normalcy. We have an obligation to respond on an approach focused on human rights. We have no other option than to learn from the current moment and create greater resilience for the future. Thank you. We would now have a short break till 10 a.m., at which point we will start with the first plenary of the 50th General Assembly of the OAS. Thank you very much.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Good morning, Sir Ron. We have delegations connected. If you're ready to start, sir, we can start now. We do not have to wait until 10 in the morning.
Well, good morning, distinguished delegates. The Assistant Secretary General, Esther Mendez, to confirm the quorum of the General Assembly. Ambassador Mendez, would you oblige, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have connected and we have done audio and video tests this morning, and we have connected right now all 34 delegations. We have quorum, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General. Distinguished heads of delegations, distinguished representatives of member states, Mr. Secretary General of the OAS, Mr. Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, distinguished permanent representatives to the OAS, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address the first plenary session of this 50th regular session of the Organization of American States. I warmly welcome the heads of delegation and the participating delegates. We gather at this assembly confronting many challenges, as we have just heard the Secretary General so eloquently describe, and indeed so frighteningly describe. But as we gather, confronting many challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, including the circumstances by which we are forced to meet virtually, we know that all of us would have preferred to meet personally. And we all regret not being able to greet each other, to renew old acquaintances, to make new friendships, and to build on the relationships and understanding that we all know is vital to the success of our work. But the very fact that we decided to hold this meeting despite all the obstacles attests to the commitment of our member states to the purposes and objectives of this Organization of American States. Our first duty this morning is to elect the president of this 50th regular session of the General Assembly. To do so, I invite all delegations to propose nominees for the presidency. And in this regard, I open the floor for nominations.
The delegation of Canada is requesting the floor, Chairman.
I recognize the delegate from Canada, who unfortunately I cannot see.
Thank you, Ambassador Sir Ronald Sanders, Provisional President. Good morning. Good morning, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, distinguished permanent representatives, colleagues, members of civil society. It is my honor and my privilege on behalf of the Government of Canada to nominate the Honorable Darren A. Henfield, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for election as President of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. Minister Henfield is well known to Canada and to many others who are participating in our meetings this week. A highlight of his long military career was a 6-month tour of peacekeeping in the Republic of Haiti in 1995, where he served as a member of the CARICOM Battalion under the aegis of the United Nations mission to that country. During his very busy life, Minister Henfield somehow also found time to become a lawyer. He was elected to Parliament in 2017 and sworn in as Minister of Foreign Affairs days later. Minister Henfield hails from Abaco, one of the areas hardest hit by Hurricane Dorian. In the days following Hurricane Dorian, he, like his government and his country, demonstrated great resilience and leadership. Canada and other countries of this region stood together in solidarity with the Caribbean after Hurricane Dorian. We are once again going through a very difficult time in this region, and we are once again called to stand in solidarity, not only with the Caribbean, but with all of us together as one. Compte tenu de ses éminents états de service auprès de
Taking into consideration the efforts that he has made, we are confident that he will fulfill the important role that will fall to him over the next few days. On the behalf of the delegation of Canada, I would like to nominate His Excellency Darren A. Henfield, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bahamas, as the president of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Atzet. Do we have a seconder to the ambassador's proposal?
Mexico is requesting the floor, Sir Ron.
I recognize Mexico.
Thank you very much, Chair. For all of the reasons expressed by the distinguished permanent representative of Canada, Mexico has the honor to second and to support the proposal for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bahamas to preside over this 50th regular session of the General Assembly of the organization. Thank you.
Having received a nomination from Canada and a seconder from Mexico, and hearing no other nominations, I invite delegations to elect the Foreign Minister of the Bahamas by acclamation. Despite the fact that I hear no applause, I assume it is there. And I therefore assume that His Excellency Darren Allen Henfield, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bahamas, has been elected the President of this 50th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. And on your behalf and on my own behalf, I congratulate him warmly. And with great personal pleasure, I invite you, Foreign Minister Henfield, to take your place as President, leading the deliberations of this very important General Assembly. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. President. The chair is yours.
Mr. Chairman, can you request the floor, please?
Mr. Chairman, there you are. You have to activate your camera and your microphone and the setting button, the two red ones.
Okay, so we need to switch our camera
Perfect.
around here.
But
We're having issues there.
Yes. Yes, you have to press the setting buttons beside the camera button. Go into the media settings. And in camera, you select the other camera that's appeared there.
Okay, camera setting, camera. Okay, all right. Just hang on a second. Okay, let's
there
see
you
again.
Are. Perfect.
I hope and pray that the remainder of our time here together during this General Assembly does not reflect the start that we've had. I wish firstly to thank Vice Chair, His Excellency Sir Ronald Sanders, for his warm introduction. Distinguished Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Heads of Delegation, Madam Chairperson of the Permanent Council of the OAS and the Preparatory Committee for this General Assembly, Ambassador Audrey Marks, Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the OAS, distinguished representatives of member states, Mr. Luis Almagro Lenes, Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, distinguished permanent observers to the OAS, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society organizations, and other social actors, special guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For the government of the Bahamas and for me personally, it is a great honor to preside over the 50th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States, the first OAS General Assembly to take place virtually as a result of social distancing measures adopted across the world to collectively address the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank my colleagues, the distinguished colleagues from Canada and Mexico, for their warm vote of confidence and for kindly proposing and seconding, respectively, my nomination to preside over the deliberations of this General Assembly. I also wish to thank the General Assembly for supporting my nomination and depositing its trust in me as the person selected to assume such a high honor. Ladies and gentlemen, foreign ministers and heads of delegation, it is my hope that this regular period of sessions of the Assembly that we are commencing be the highest political forum in the hemisphere, where we can hold an open, frank, and constructive dialogue pursuant to the principles enshrined in the OAS Charter, based on which we respond with solidarity to a crisis like the one we are facing now with COVID-19. We meet at a time of great upheaval, a time when every single country represented here has had to urgently reset priorities to protect the health and survival of our citizens, to achieve food security, address social security needs, achieve diversification and technological modernization of our economies, all the while managing a complex pandemic despite disruptions in the supply chain of basic medical and protective equipment and other challenges. It is incumbent upon us to work in strategic partnership at this critical time. In the exercise of the presidency of the Assembly, I am available to all delegations to facilitate the political dialogue that brings us together at this time. May the activities of this General Assembly take place successfully. Thank you very much. We now move to item 2 on the agenda. Continuing with the items on our order of business, it is now incumbent upon me and the Assembly to formalize the agreements approved by the Preparatory Committee of the General Assembly, which, it should be noted, also met virtually. I offer the floor to the Chair of the Preparatory Committee of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly, Ambassador Audrey Marks, who will present the report on the activities that the committee conducted in preparation for this session. Ambassador Marks, you have the floor.
Ambassador Marks, could you please request the floor?
ASG, I think we started earlier. I don't know if Ambassador Marks is here as yet. Are you there, Ambassador Marks?
I don't see him in the list.
Okay. So should we take a brief recess or?
Chairman, if you give us a couple of minutes, we'll reach her and get her to connect. Probably having some technical difficulties. Just as soon as we connect, I'll
Okay, so we'll hold on right here. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, the Vice Chair will present the report on behalf of the Chair. He is about to request the floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Vice Chair is ready.
Thank you very much, ASG. We now invite the Vice Chair of this General Assembly to present the Preparatory Committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've activated my mic and my camera, but I'm not seeing myself. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you quite clearly.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Deputy Chair, it is my honor to read the report on behalf of the Chair. distinguished heads of delegations, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General of the organization, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, representatives of member states, permanent observers to the OAS, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. In my capacity as the current chair of the preparatory committee, I am honored to deliver to this plenary session of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly the report of the preparatory committee of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States on the activities carried out over the course of the 5 meetings held on June 11th, August 7th, September 9th, and 25th, and October 7th, 2020. The report before the delegations was published with its appendices as document AG/DOC.5692/20. The first document covers the documents and recommendations for the current General Assembly session. In particular, the process of negotiating the draft agenda, the draft schedule, and the draft recommendations on procedures for the 50th regular session of the General Assembly contained in document AG/Doc.5690/20. It also makes reference to the establishment of the order of precedence of the delegations of the member states and permanent observers. The appendix contains the document that the committee approved in preparation for the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. That is, the draft agenda, the draft schedule, the draft recommendations on procedures for this regular session of the General Assembly, the order of precedence of the delegations of the member states, and the order of precedence of the delegations of the permanent observers. The following recommendations and procedures were agreed. Format of the General Assembly. The General Assembly will be held virtually. Agreement on the duration of the Assembly session. Article 20 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. The 50th regular session of the General Assembly will begin on Tuesday, 20th, and conclude on Wednesday, October 21st, 2020. Member states should send their letters of accreditation with the number of delegates they wish to include. For technical reasons, a maximum of 5 delegates only will be admitted to the plenary sessions, which will be broadcast live. A maximum of 10 delegates may enter the meetings of the General Committee. Delegations will provide the names and email addresses of their accredited delegates for the plenary session and the General Committee. Permanent observers should send their letters of accreditation with their delegation. For technical reasons, only 1 delegate per observer country, up to a maximum of 2 delegates per observer country, with a permanent representative, the OAS, may enter the plenary sessions and the meetings of the General Assembly. Maximum lengths of statements by heads of delegation pursuant to Article 18 of the Rules of Procedure procedure of the General Assembly, presentation by head of delegation would be no longer than 6 minutes during plenary session. Requests for the floor during plenary session will be made by using the Kudo technology platform, and the President will offer the floor in the order of requests. For the dialogue of heads of delegation during the plenary, speakers will be recognized in the order of precedence established by law at the virtual meeting of the Preparatory Committee of August 7, 2020. That's AG/.5683/20. Delegations wishing to do so may send their presentations pre-recorded for the dialogue of heads of delegation. These will then be broadcast at the relevant session in the order of precedence established. The video should be a maximum of 6 minutes long in MP4 format, 720p or 108p frame rate, 30 or 60 HD resolution. Agreement on the deadline for the submission of proposal. In keeping with Articles 20 and 37 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, the deadline for proposals to be submitted will be 9 a.m. on Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. In accordance with Article 73 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, election shall be by ballot, secret ballot, except when they are by acclamation. Election should be conducted in person according to logistics prepared to that end by the Secretariat. Document AG/CP.975/20 Rev 1. Agreement on the minutes of the meeting pursuant to Article 20 and 77 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, in accordance with the provisions of Article 77 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, the minutes of the plenary sessions would be verbatim, and those of the General Committee, should the General Assembly install it, would be summary. Agreement on proceedings. Recommendation number 1 of the report of the Inspector General. SG/OIG/AUD/1311 of September 26, 2013. With regard to the recording of the meetings held at the upcoming session of the General Assembly, to instruct the General Secretariat to take all necessary steps internally to ensure that the audio of all sessions held during the 48th regular session of the General Assembly be duly recorded, stored, and preserved, including with spare backup copies to be subsequently made available to the member states upon request. During this period of activity, I was responsible for chairing the Preparatory Committee with Ambassador Sidney Colley, permanent representative of the Bahamas, Vice Chair, whom I want to especially thank for his support. Before concluding, I would like to thank the Assistant Secretary General and his team, especially the Office of the Secretariat to the OAS General Assembly. The meeting of consultation of ministers of foreign affairs, the permanent council, and subsidiary organs for their professionalism and commitment to the process of preparing for the General Assembly through the preparatory committee. They made it possible for us to come to this 50th regular session of the General Assembly with tangible results. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, and the delegation as well for the opportunity I was afforded to deliver this report today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ambassador Colley, we thank you for presenting the report. The preparatory committee has sent us recommendations on procedural matters that Ambassador Colley has just presented. In this regard, I now submit to the plenary for its consideration the procedural recommendations just presented, which are contained in Annex 3 of the preparatory committee's report, document AG/Doc 5692/20. I would like to emphasize the following issues and request the delegations bear them in mind until the conclusion of our business. The General Assembly will meet virtually. Presentations by heads of delegation during the plenary sessions must not exceed 6 minutes in duration. Request for the floor during plenary sessions be made using the Kudo technology platform, and the President will offer the floor in the order of requests. For the dialogue of heads of delegation during the plenary, speakers will be recognized in the order of precedence established by lots.
I know.
A virtual meeting.
I don't know why
Ambassador Colley, please mute your mic. The Preparatory Committee of August 7th, 2020, AG/Doc 5683/20. Delegations wishing to do so may send their presentations pre-recorded for the dialogue of heads of delegation. These would then be broadcast at the relevant session in the order of precedence established. The deadline in submitting proposal was today at 9 a.m. The Assistant Secretary General will inform the plenary under item 7 of this session's order of business regarding the proposals received before that deadline. Elections will be conducted by secret ballot, except when by acclamation. Elections will be conducted on site, according to the logistics prepared for that purpose by the Secretariat. If there are no objections, the procedural matters are adopted. We now move to the next item of business, which is item 3. The next item on the order of business is adoption of the draft agenda of this General Assembly session. The draft agenda had been agreed upon by the Preparatory Committee of the General Assembly during the preparations for this regular session and published as document AG/Doc 5688/20. However, yesterday a request for the introduction of a new item in the agenda of this General Assembly was received through the filing of a new draft resolution for the consideration of this Assembly by the Permanent Missions of Trinidad and Tobago on its own behalf and on behalf of the Permanent Missions of Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Ecuador, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Panama, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Suriname, AG/Doc 5709/20. The new item is called the Strengthening the Participation of the Permanent Observers in the Activities of the Organization of American States. According to Article 33 of the Rules of Procedure, once the regular session of the General Assembly has begun, only urgent and important matters may be added to the agenda. The admission of such topics shall require the vote of 2/3 of the member states. I then ask this plenary if we have consensus to enter the topic, the strengthening the participation of the permanent observers in the activities of the Organization of American States on the agenda of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. If there be no objections, the entry of the aforementioned topic is approved.
You have requests for the floor, Mr. Chairman. Trinidad and Tobago is requesting the floor and followed by Nicaragua.
We now offer the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
The Honorable Darren Henfield, Chair of this 50th regular session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General, Your Excellency Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, Your Excellencies and Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs, other esteemed heads of delegations, Your Excellency Audrey Marks, Chair of the Permanent Council and the Preparatory Committee for this 50th regular session, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This being the first occasion on which the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago takes the floor at this regular session, I begin by extending on behalf of Senator the Honorable Dr. Amy Brown, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, our head of delegation, our sincerest congratulations to the Honorable Darren A. Henfield, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, on his election by acclamation as the chair of this milestone 50th regular session of the General Assembly of this organization. Chair, Honorable Minister, congratulations. Echoing the remarks of Senator the Honorable Dr. Brown in his opening statement at the Dialogue of Heads of Delegation, the Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General with the permanent observers to the OAS less than 24 hours ago. And I quote, "Today again, Trinidad and Tobago is pleased to promote the strategic value of permanent observers by presenting on its own behalf and on behalf of the 14 co-sponsoring delegations from CARICOM and Panama, the draft resolution strengthening the participation of the permanent observers in the activities of the OAS. In presenting this timely draft resolution for consideration of the General Assembly, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago has the honor to request an amendment to Section 3 of the draft agenda for this regular session to include this topic, strengthening the participation of permanent observers in the activities of the OAS. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, draft resolution has already garnered support from several delegations beyond and in addition to the presenting and co-sponsoring delegations, and it is therefore our honor today to request the support of all delegations for the inclusion of this topic in Section 3 of the draft agenda. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I now offer the floor to the distinguished Foreign Minister of Nicaragua.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Minister Darren Henfield. And let me congratulate you for your election to chair this General Assembly of the OAS. Ladies and gentlemen, from Managua, Nicaragua, a land of water and volcanoes, a free land of Sandino and Darío, our reconciliation government warmly greets the ministers, heads of delegation, observers, and international organizations, the General Secretariat, and in particular, Mr. Chairman and delegates, the delegation of Nicaragua greets the neighboring originary and indigenous peoples of the plurinational state of Bolivia who, on the recent elections this past Sunday, have demonstrated that sovereignty, independence, and self-determination are inalienable rights of the peoples, and that coup d'etat promoted and financed by the empires may be overcome at the ballot. Chairman, delegates, the delegation of the government of the Republic of Nicaragua firmly and categorically rejects the introduction on Section 3 of the draft agenda for the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. The topics: the situation of Nicaragua and the situation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, because they are an interference and are in violation of the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, the nature and purpose of the Charter of the Organization of American States, and the principles and purposes of international law. Chairman, esteemed delegates, no state or group of states has the right to directly or indirectly intervene for whatever purpose in internal or external matters and affairs of another state. This principle excludes not only the use of armed forces, but also any other form of interference or attempt against the personality of the state, its economic and cultural elements. To want to use other countries to change the pressure and the economic, political, social disaster and health disaster shared by the countries that are co-sponsoring this proposal is unsupported, and it is an unfriendly act against the Republic of Nicaragua that did not seek this topic, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela that for now a long time is no longer a member of the Organization of American States. The key concern of discussions at this General Assembly ought to be the health security for the benefit of our countries, to share experiences and promote solidarity among states as we face these challenges imposed by the coronavirus pandemic, instead of focusing and discussing measures of aggression and destabilization attempting against the sovereignty and the right to self-determination by the governments of Nicaragua and Venezuela. Chairman, ministers, the delegation of Nicaragua reaffirms its rejection and does not accept introduction of the topics and requests that this declaration be included in the minutes that will be prepared by the Secretariat of this General Assembly of the OAS. Thank you very much, sir, and good success in your duties as chairman of this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Unless there are any further statements, which will be included in the minutes of the meeting. We wish now to, if there are no further comments, the President suggests that this plenary adopt the draft agenda of the General Assembly, document AG/Doc 5688/20 as amended.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Argentina is requesting the floor.
I'm sorry, Argentina, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. And it's simply for a matter of clarification. We understand and support inclusion of the topic raised by Trinidad and Tobago. We understand that the draft resolution was circulated in its different versions and was addressed by the General Committee. And therefore, we do agree with its inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. We now invite St. Vincent and the Grenadines to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Darren Henfield, congratulations on your chairmanship. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies, delegates. Chair, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines firmly rejects the inclusion of the items, the situation in Nicaragua and the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in the draft agenda for the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. We consider that the items are interfering in nature and that they disregard the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and the purposes of the OAS Charter and the principles of international law. We request this to be included as a footnote to the order of business. And Chair, we also support the inclusion of the agenda item, strengthening the participation of permanent observers in the activities of the OAS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. If there will now be no further comments, we now move for the adoption of the item. Adopted. Item 3 of the agenda. The next item in order of business is the adoption of the agenda of this General Assembly session. The draft agenda had been agreed upon by the Preparatory Committee of the General Assembly during the preparations for this regular session and published as document AG/doc 568820. However, yesterday, a request for the introduction of a new agenda item. I'm sorry, I think we need to move to agenda item 4. I'm sorry, delegates and colleagues, we move to agenda item 4. Let us now move on to item 4 on the order of business, adoption of draft schedule for this General Assembly session, document AG/doc 5689/201. As the delegations may observe on the draft schedule, the closing session of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, October 21st at 6 p.m. Bearing this in mind, we kindly request the delegates' utmost cooperation in concluding our consideration of the items on the agenda for this General Assembly session within the time allotted. I would also like to advise you that any adjustments that may need to be made to the proposed work schedule are subject to powers assigned to the President of the General Assembly under Article 15 of its Rules of Procedure. There being no objection, the schedule of the General Assembly is hereby adopted. Item 5. The next item on the order of business is a report by the Secretary General of the Organization of American States on the credentials submitted by the member state delegations attending the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. In that regard, am I to understand that Antigua is requesting the floor? Antigua, please take the floor.
Wait until you've concluded introducing it before I take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. In that regard, I am pleased to report that in fulfillment of Article 27 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, the Secretary General has submitted the corresponding report, which has been distributed to delegations, based on which the Secretariat has prepared and distributed the provisional list of participants. Please take the floor, Saran.
Ambassador, could you please request the floor?
Ambassador Sanders, can you kindly ask for the floor?
In the interim, can the secretary please read the number for the document for the record?
Ambassador Sanders, you have to press only one time the button, please.
Mr. Chairman, per your instruction, the document number is AG/doc.40/20. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Excellency, please take the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, Antigua and Barbuda considers that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is not a member state of the Organization of American States. Since on the 27th of April 2017, the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela properly notified the Secretary General of its denunciation of the Charter in accordance with Article 143 of the Charter of the Organization of American States, and the Charter ceased to be in force with respect to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which ceased to be a member of this organization on that date. Antigua and Barbuda did not accept the credentials of the persons purporting to represent the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela at the 49th regular session of the General Assembly, as everyone will recall. Similarly, and for the same reasons, we do not accept the credentials of anyone purporting to represent Venezuela at this 50th regular session of the General Assembly. Therefore, Antigua and Barbuda notifies all member states and the General Secretariat that it will not consider itself bound by any declaration or resolution of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly, or any future declarations or resolutions of any council or organ of the organization that includes the participation of any person or entity purporting to speak for or act on behalf of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and in which 18 votes are attained with the participation of those purported representatives of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like this footnoted, please, to any decision that's made on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Your comments are duly noted and will be recorded in the records of the meeting. The report in question records the credentials submitted on time and in due form by the delegation.
Mr. Chairman, you have another request for the floor from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm sorry, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines requests the inclusion of the following footnotes on the order of business of today's session and on any related draft resolution. In 2017, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela notified the Secretary General of its denunciation of the Charter in accordance with Article 143 of the Charter of the Organization of American States. The Charter therefore ceased to be in force with respect to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which ceased to belong to the organization on April 27, 2019. Further, St. Vincent and the Grenadines did not support Resolution CP/Res 1124/2217/19 of April 9, 2019, which sought to appoint Mr. Gustavo Tare as the National Assembly's representative to the OAS. We therefore do not accept the credentials of any persons here today purporting to represent the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela at the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. St. Vincent and the Grenadines therefore notifies all member states and the General Secretariat that until further notice, it is not bound by any declaration or resolution emanating from this 50th regular session of the General Assembly or any future declarations or resolutions of any council or organ of the organization, when these include the participation of any person or entity purporting to speak for or act on behalf of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Do we have any more requests for the floor? There being no more requests for the floor, the report in question records the credentials submitted on time and in due form by the delegations to the member states and permanent observers, as well as those for representatives of the organs, agencies, and entities of the Inter-American System and of other international organizations.
Sorry to interrupt.
I don't understand that Mexico is requesting the floor.
Mexico is requesting the floor, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to interrupt you.
Mexico, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations on your election. We will have to get accustomed to the changes of the virtual system. We did not hear the presentation of the credentials report, and so we'd like to ask you, is this report going to be presented or not?
Perhaps the Secretary General the Assistant Secretary General might assist with this, but I believe the report was submitted already.
Muy bien. Muy bien, si ya fue presentado.
Very well. If it has been presented, and I apologize, if presented, then with your permission, Mr. Chairman, the delegation of Mexico reiterates its previously stated position at the 49th regular session and the 54th extraordinary period of sessions of the General Assembly under the presentation of the report of credentials, as well as the session of the Permanent Council of 9 April 2019, relating to the fact that the OAS Charter will not empower an organization the faculty to recognize states or governments, nor does it refer in absolute to the accreditation of representatives of member states before the organization. As is known by all members, Article 1 of the Charter indicates that the Organization of American States has no other powers than those expressly conferred by the Charter, none of which provisions authorizes to intervene in matters of internal jurisdiction of member states. The Charter does not grant power either to the General Assembly or the Secretary General to adopt decisions as to the recognition of states, governments, or their representation before the organization. The diplomatic representation of a government to the OAS is based on legal principles having to do with international law regulating the constitution of the organization, its relationship with the states that make it up, and its role within the multilateral system. Whereas discussion on diplomatic representation of a state before our organization is independent from political considerations relating to the situation of any other state. Mexico maintains the same position stated 1 year ago at Medellin, having to do with the credential letters presented by the Venezuelan delegation do not comply with the requirements to ensure that their participation be admitted to this General Assembly, as those previously mentioned, because they were not issued by the government that it purports to represent, but rather by representatives of the National Assembly of the country. This was even accepted by the Permanent Council itself when accepting the representation of Mr. Gustavo Carre did so as a permanent representative of the National Assembly of Venezuela to the Permanent Council. Mexico has stated its objection to this resolution and reiterates it today because it runs counter to international law and the institutional documents of the OAS. For Mexico, the participation of the National Assembly of Venezuela, this General Assembly, is in no way recognition of a state or government by the organization or by Mexico. In accordance with the footnote introduced by my delegation to the credentials report of the 49th regular session and the extraordinary period of sessions of the General Assembly and the reservation presented by Mexico concerning CP Res 1124 of the Permanent Council, considering accreditation of a Venezuelan representation to the General Assembly. So Mexico requests that again a footnote be added to the minutes and documents of this regular session that will be submitted in writing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mexico. Your comments are duly noted. If there are no further comments, it is suggested that the General Assembly report on credentials submitted by the Secretary General, as well as the comments made by the delegations, which will be included in the corresponding minutes for the present plenary session. We thank the Secretary General for presenting his report. We now move to agenda item 6. It is now incumbent upon us, pursuant to Article 22 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, to install the General Committee. In keeping with the provisions of Article 24 of said rules, the General Committee is composed of representatives of all member states participating in the Assembly. If there are no comments, the General Committee of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly is hereby installed. Am I seeing Ecuador requesting the floor? Ecuador, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. I would congratulate you, Mr. President, in your position as chair of this 50th regular session of the General Assembly, in recognition of your experience and expertise. I am pleased to present the name of Ambassador Luis Cordero, permanent representative of Honduras, to chair the General Committee of this General Assembly. We are all familiar with the talent and skills and competencies of Ambassador Cordero, who until recently was the chair of the Permanent Council, has done so, of course, in keeping with his capabilities. He is also the chair of the CHAP, and in that capacity, we have all been able to see his tremendous diplomatic skills acquired over the 22 years of experience in the public and private sectors. I am honored to consider Ambassador Cordero a personal friend, and I am very pleased to submit his name and recommendation for him to serve as chair of the General Committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. We now invite Antigua and Barbuda to take the floor.
Mr. President, I take the floor very quickly to support the nomination of the distinguished Ambassador of Honduras to chair the General Committee. He is a man of great balance, of great wisdom, and we saw both those qualities exercised during his stewardship of the Permanent Council as its president. My delegation is very pleased not only to support his nomination, but to also ask that it be accepted by this General Assembly by acclamation.
It has been put and ask that it be accepted by acclamation the presentation of the Committee of Ambassador of Ecuador, is it Honduras, I'm sorry, to be appointed by acclamation. He is so appointed. We now move to agenda item 7, assignment of topics and election of officers of the General Committee. The General Committee will be responsible for considering those draft resolutions or declarations for which negotiations were not completed by delegations at the organization's headquarters, as well as any other drafts presented by delegations no later than 9 a.m. this morning, save for those that the plenary decides to consider directly. It is my pleasure to offer the floor to Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States, so that he can report on the status of the aforementioned documents. Excellency, please take the floor. Ambassador Mendez, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished ministers and heads of delegation of member states, Secretary General Almagro, ladies and gentlemen. In addition to the draft resolutions that will be approved by this plenary, the OAS Permanent Council considered 3 draft resolutions in preparation for the 50th regular session of the General Assembly, for which consensus was not reached. These draft resolutions include pending paragraphs and sections that require further consideration by member states at the General Committee as recommended by the Permanent Council. Consideration should therefore focus on the issues that I will mention after calling each individual draft. Draft Resolution Number 1, Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, contained in document AG/Doc 5699/20. In this case, in section 11, right to freedom of conscience and religion or belief, preambular paragraphs 2 alternative and 6, and operative paragraphs 2 and 3 need to be considered by the General Committee. In section 20, strengthening of the Inter-American Commission of Women for the promotion of gender equity and equality and women's human rights, operative paragraphs 1 and 2 also need to be considered by the General Committee. In section 21, strengthening the mechanism to follow up on implementation of the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, operative paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, and 4 are pending agreement and need to be considered by the General Committee. In section 22, follow up on the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and on the Plan of Action on the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples 2017 to 2021, only operative paragraph 5 bis needs to be considered by the General Committee. Draft Resolution Number 2, Strengthening Democracy, contained in document AG/Doc 5700/20. In this case, in section 10, technical cooperation and electoral observation missions, operative paragraph number 3 needs to be considered by the General Committee. The third draft resolution, international law, contained in document AG/Doc 5701/20. In section 1 of this resolution, Inter-American Program for the Development of International Law, operative paragraph 5 and 5 bis need to be considered by the General Committee. In section 2, Inter-American Juridical Committee, only operative paragraph number 3 needs to be considered by the General Committee. Finally, sections 4, 5, and 6 of this draft resolution need to be considered by the General Committee. If the plenary agrees with the Permanent Council's recommendations, those draft resolutions should now be forwarded to the General Committee of this General Assembly for further consideration. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with the recommendations of the Preparatory Committee that were just approved, and based on Article 20 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, member states had the opportunity until today at 9 in the morning to submit new draft declarations or resolutions to this General Assembly. I would therefore like to inform that in fact 3 such new draft resolutions were officially presented before that deadline, for which this plenary should decide on where they should be considered, either here in the plenary or in the General Committee. The draft resolutions that were presented in a timely manner are the following. Number 1, draft resolution strengthening the participation of the permanent observers in the activities of the Organization of American States, contained in document AG/Doc 5709/20. Number 2, draft resolution restoring democratic institutions and respect for human rights in Nicaragua through free and fair elections, contained in document AG/Doc 5710/20. And the third, draft resolution number 3, the lack of minimum democratic conditions to guarantee free, fair, and transparent elections in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, contained in document AG/Doc 5712/20. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, you're on mute.
Chairman, está mute.
Thank you, ASG. Thank you very much for your report, Excellency. Very well. Now, I would like to highlight that the General Committee should conclude its work tomorrow prior to the start of the 4th plenary session. That is to say, before 3 p.m. Wednesday, October 21st, 2021. The rapporteur of the General Committee will be elected by the committee and will submit to the plenary of the General Assembly a report on the topics assigned to that committee, including any conclusions it reached as the results of any vote taken pursuant to Article 25 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. Regarding the draft resolutions of the Committee of Juridical and Political Affairs that were not closed when the Permanent Council concluded its work last 16th October, I remind the authorities and participants of the negotiations in the General Committee of the instruction that the General Committee only negotiate those paragraphs that remain open. As it was informed to the plenary by the Assistant Secretary General, we also have the following 3 draft resolutions that were received after the Permanent Council meeting last Friday, October 16th, and before 9 a.m. today. 1, draft resolution, the strengthening the participation of the permanent observers in the activities of the Organization of American States. 2, restoring democratic institutions, respect for human rights in Nicaragua through free and fair elections, co-sponsored by the delegations of Canada, Chile, Colombia, Paraguay, the United States, and Venezuela. The draft resolution, the text for the draft resolution relative to Venezuela has not been provided. First, for the consideration of the draft resolution strengthening the participation of the permanent observers in the activities of the Organization of American States, I ask the plenary if this draft resolution has the consensus of the delegates or if we should forward it to the General Commission for its due negotiation. I now offer the floor to those delegations that wish to refer to this first draft resolution. Trinidad and Tobago, please take the floor.
Chairman, I believe Antigua and Barbuda was asking for the floor first.
I'm sorry, Antigua and Barbuda, please take the floor.
Didn't mean to preempt the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago, who is, of course, the major force behind this resolution. But I simply wanted to say, sir, that with the number of people who are already co-sponsoring this resolution, I think it's clear that it already commands consensus of this General Assembly it need not go to the General Committee. And I think, sir, that we can ask the General Assembly, with the permission of the distinguished ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago, if we could not simply accept this resolution here in the General Assembly by acclamation and not dispose of it, but adopt it so that we can get on with the rest of the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Your comments are noted and taken. We now offer the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. I have just heard or understood that you believe that the resolution on Venezuela has not been duly presented. Let me make the following clarification. Via verbal note 1585/2020, it was sent to the Office of the Secretary General yesterday, and it was distributed by the Office of the Secretary General to the member states. That is the clarification that we wanted to make with regard to the resolution on Venezuela. It was submitted in due time and course. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're seeing a request by Argentina to take the floor. Argentina, please take the floor.
As noted previously, we appreciate the presentation by this draft resolution by Antigua and Barbuda. We have not yet, however, seen the text, and therefore we believe it would be appropriate to submit that to the General Committee. And in that context, we would be in a position to review that document again in the heart of the General Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. We see a request from the United States. Please take the floor.
Yes, good morning. The delegation of the United States agrees with the delegation of Argentina and would like to second the proposal that this resolution be considered by the General Committee. Thank you.
It has been proposed and seconded that the resolution be considered by the General Committee. Do we have any more requests for the floor? We invite Venezuela to now take the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Solo para...
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like a clarification, please. The note just made by the Ambassador of Colombia, Ambassador Ordóñez, whether that has been taken into consideration. And I do have a question, therefore, with regard to this resolution on Venezuela, and I wonder whether that point has been sufficiently clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Venezuela. All points taken have been duly noted. Whether or not it has been duly clarified for you, we do not know, but if there's further comment, we will take them now. If there are no further comments, we will send them to the General Committee for consideration. Secretary, The Secretary to the OAS, can we take a brief respite right here, just a pause for a few moments before we resume in 10 minutes? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
with them one by one. Are there any requests?
Might we reconvene this session, please? Yes, are we ready to go? Okay. Okay. We have three draft resolutions before us. One on strengthening the participation of the permanent observers and the activities of the Organization of American States as presented by Trinidad and Tobago. If there are no further comments on this, is there no consensus, is that we should take this resolution to the plenary to be presented by Trinidad and Tobago. Secondly, we will look at if there are no further, we cannot find consensus on this resolution put forward by Trinidad and Tobago to deal with in the plenary. So as such,
Chairman, you have Argentina requesting the floor, sir.
Argentina is requesting the floor. Argentina, please take the floor.
We asked that this topic be remitted to the General Committee. That was what we had actually requested.
Argentina, we understand your request and concede that this topic should be committed to the General Committee. If there be no further comments, we move to the next resolution. We move to the next resolution, and we should deal with these resolutions one by one instead of jumping from resolution to resolution, which creates some hysteria, some confusion in the way that we address these resolutions. The second resolution that we were looking at is restoring democratic institutions and respect for human rights in Nicaragua through free and fair elections, co-sponsored by the delegations of Canada, Chile, Colombia, Paraguay, and the United States. Do we have any requests for the floor? So as there are no requests for the floor, we will send this resolution to the General Committee for consideration. Nicaragua, I understand, request the floor. The resolution will be sent to the General Committee for consideration.
He's still there, Mr. Chairman. Nicaragua is requesting the floor. Sorry,
I don't. Okay, thank you.
Minister, if you could please activate or enable your microphone and camera. Perhaps you need to refresh your browser to facilitate your connection, Nicaragua.
Sobre los derechos. Señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Can you hear us, sir? Very well, thank you very much. President, I'd like to tell the Assembly that there seems to be a trend in the Organization of American States of using the institution as an instrument for interfering in the affairs of Nicaragua and truly say untruths using false information and news and misinformation to draft resolutions focusing on destabilizing the constitutional and legitimate government of Nicaragua. So, sir, we'd just like to say that any declaration with this aim is something that Nicaragua can definitely not accept, and we actually reject it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Excellency. We take note of your comments. The resolution will be sent to the General Committee for consideration. We now move to the draft resolution on Venezuela. If the floor is open, if there be no comments. There are no requests to the floor, so we move now to the draft resolution on Venezuela will go to committee as well. We have already elected the chair of the General Committee. That is, Honduras has already been elected as chair by acclamation. And so we move now to second plenary session, item 1. I call to order the second plenary session of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly. We see Jamaica making a request for the floor. Jamaica?
Sorry, for the next session. Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item 1, we continue to work with the presentation of the annual report of the Permanent Council, document AG/Doc 5691/20, and its addenda. I offer the floor to the chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Audrey Marks, permanent representative of Jamaica to the OAS, who will present the Permanent Council's report on its activities since the 49th regular session of the General Assembly. Ambassador Marks, please take the floor.
Ambassador Marks, can you kindly request the floor again, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished heads of delegation, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Ambassador Nestor Mendez, representatives of the member states of the OAS, permanent observers to the OAS, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the current chair of the Permanent Council, I'm honored to deliver to this plenary session of the 50th regular session of the General Assembly the annual report of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States for the period from July 2019 to October 2020. This report comprises 5 documents, which have been published with classification AG-Doc 5691/20 and addenda. I will now highlight certain elements it contains that I believe should be brought to the attention of the Assembly at this time. Document AG/Doc 5691/20 contains information on the officers of the Council, its rules and procedures, the topics addressed in fulfillment of specific General Assembly mandates, and a summary of the process of preparing for General Assembly sessions. It also gives an overview of the reports received on the electoral observer missions deployed in a number of countries in the region, elections of officers of the OAS organs, agencies, and entities, and takes an inventory of the draft declarations and draft resolutions that the Permanent Council has referred to this General Assembly. The second document, classified as AG/5691/20-1, contains reports by the various Permanent Council committees and working groups concerning the outcome of their work during the 62 formal meetings and 22 informal meetings held during the period covered by this report. The Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs, the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, and the Committee on Inter-American Summits and Management and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities. The third document, AG-Doc 5691/20, contains the draft resolutions that member states had agreed upon in preparation for the virtual 50th regular session of the OAS General Assembly. The fourth document, AG-Doc 5691/20-3, contains the draft resolutions submitted before the 50th regular session of the Assembly opened, and on which the member states had not reached agreement. Hence, the recommendation that they now be considered by the General Committee of the Assembly. The fifth document, AG/5691/19-4, contains the annual reports of the organs, agencies, and entities of the organization presented pursuant to Article 91.f of the OAS Charter. The activities of the Council opened the current period with a special meeting of July 15th, 2019, and concluded with its last meeting on October 16th, 2020. The Council held a total of 69 sittings, 31 of them regular meetings, 33 special meetings, two other meetings, and 3 joint meetings with the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. It should be noted that starting in April 2020, the Permanent Council has had to meet virtually due to the crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Accordingly, and to enable the Permanent Council to function without affecting or modifying the rules of procedure, the member states agreed by resolution CP/Res 1150 2280/20 that meetings would be virtual until the necessary conditions are in place for on-site meetings. Likewise, to facilitate the efficient functioning of this body, the member states agreed provisionally to a document entitled Proposed Modus Operandi for the Permanent Council during the extraordinary period of the pandemic, CP/INF 8685/20. 31 of the 69 meetings held were virtual. Mr. President, I must point out that the report I am delivering reflects the activities carried out over the past 15 months by various Permanent Council chairs, namely Ambassador Yolande Yvonne Smith, Permanent Representative of Grenada, Ambassador Rita Claveri, Permanent Representative of Guatemala, Ambassador Riyad Insunali, Permanent Representative of Guyana, Ambassador Leon Charles, Permanent Representative of Haiti, and Ambassador Luis Fernando Cordero, Permanent Representative of Honduras. I just is undertaken by the Permanent Council, Mr. President, mindful that the written report gives a more detailed account of the activities carried out. During this period, the Permanent Council received 19 Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the Americas, as well as public and private figures from across the hemisphere. Detailed list is contained in section B3 of the report. The Permanent Council also received 10 reports from electoral observation missions and was also involved in the preparations for the 54th special session of the General Assembly to elect the OAS Secretary General, and Assistant Secretary General. This was held in Washington, D.C. The Council was engaged as well in the preparations of this virtual 50th regular session of the General Assembly. During this period, it approved 32 resolutions, which are listed in Chapter 3 of the report, in addition to which it considered matters per dates arising from the General Assembly resolutions, as reports submitted as required under Article 91.f of the Charter of American States. The latter included in Addendum 4 to the report of the Permanent Council. Clearly, the Permanent Council and its subsidiary bodies are very active and relevant, holding 173 meetings during this period. Mr. President, during my chair of the Permanent Council, I have reaffirmed the usefulness, relevance, and importance of the organization. The strength of the OAS as a preferred forum for hemispheric level policy dialogue is quite evident. And the commitment, so too are its drawing power, the dedication and commitment of the staff of the General Secretariat and its other organs, agencies, and entities. The invaluable input from civil society organizations and other social actors, and the solidarity of permanent observers. The OAS, the House of the Americas, brings together creative diversity of multiple sectors for the purpose of enhancing the well-being of our citizens. In closing, I'd like to again thank the SG, the Assistant SG, and his team at the Office of the Secretariat of the General Assembly, the meeting of consultation of Ministers of Foreign Affairs, the Permanent Council, and their bodies. They have all displayed utmost professionalism and commitment during the more than 131 formal meetings that enabled us to come to this 50th regular session of the General Assembly with tangible results in hand. Mr. President, I thank you and the delegations for your attention. Thank you.
Ambassador Marks, we thank you for the presentation of that report, very fulsome and very erudite, the contents of which includes the draft resolutions agreed upon by the Permanent Council and transmitted for consideration by the General Assembly. That having been said, I suggest taking note of the annual report of the Permanent Council and proceeding with the adoption of the draft resolutions that already enjoy consensus as contained in document AG/NOC-5691/20, Addendum 2, namely 1. Draft resolution, support for the follow-up to the Summit of the Americas process. 2. Increasing and strengthening the participation of civil society and social actors in the activities of the Organization of American States and in the Summits of the Americas process. Update 3. Update of the rules of procedure of the Permanent Council and its subsidiary bodies. 4. Advancing hemispheric security, a multi-dimensional approach. 5. The key role of the Organization of American States in the advancement of telecommunications/information and communications technologies through the Inter-American Telecommunications Commission, CITEL. 6. Towards an Inter-American Business Charter. 7. Promoting the hemispheric response to climate change in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. 8. Program budget of the organization for 2021. 9. Advancing hemispheric initiatives on integral development. 10. Challenges to food and nutrition security in the Americas in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic in the framework of the Plan of Action of Guatemala 2019. If there are no comments, we shall consider the draft resolutions in question adopted. Resolutions are adopted. As we can see, the report that was presented and the documents we have just adopted showcase the complex work that the Permanent Council has carried out since July 2019. For that reason, on behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to pay a public tribute to the permanent representatives of the member states to the OAS for their invaluable contributions to the implementation of the hemispheric agenda. I would also like to make special mention of the permanent representatives of Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, and Jamaica, who have chaired the Council from July 2019 to date. Our grateful thanks go to them for their hard work, their commitment, and dedication. I take this opportunity to remind the distinguished delegations that the draft declaration on the question of the Malvinas Islands will be considered by the General Assembly during the 4th plenary session. We now move to item 2, annual report of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, 2019-2021. 2019-2020, I'm sorry. Continuing with the items on the agenda, we shall now turn our attention to the presentation by the Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Ambassador Leon Charles, Permanent Representative of Haiti to the OAS. Ambassador Charles, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, permanent states, other high officials and delegates, good morning. I am truly honored to represent the Inter-American Commission for Integral Development and to present the annual report with the draft resolution encourage continental initiatives when it comes to integral development, promotion of resilience for review. Mr. President, as we meet virtually for the very first time in our history, we are fully aware of the fact that two distinct periods mark the year gone by, the pre-COVID-19 period and the COVID-19 period. The region pre-COVID was facing weaknesses in social protection networks and systems, health and education, high rates of informality on the labor market, low economic growth, low productivity and innovation rates, insufficient infrastructure, and high levels of poverty and inequality, and social discontent in increase. So although the pandemic is mainly a public health crisis, it was made broader and generated economic, social, and political crisis that affected all the achievements focusing on sustainable development. We must access technology, education, economic opportunities, and social mobility. Dear colleagues, as we work for renewal, Latin America and the Caribbean must take on the challenge of digital development, developing infrastructure in order to grow, to maintain inclusive and competitive growth. The value chains must make us rethink how we connect to the global economy. We must ensure resilience and competitiveness for the small and medium enterprises as a part of the efforts of our member states. The region must use this moment to look at a new and better future for education, supported by improved digital communication to transform our educational systems to benefit all students in member states. As second region in the world that is subject to catastrophes, Latin America and the Caribbean must take this reconstruction dynamics to establish the basis for ecologically sustainable and socially inclusive economic and agricultural development. We must also reinforce our systems to protect us from catastrophes and natural disasters. Dear colleagues, despite all the problems posed by the pandemic, we must not let us set aside achieving the sustainable development by 2030. We recognize that cooperation and collaboration that includes all stakeholders, including government, private sector, universities, civil society, nationally, regionally, and internationally, are crucial to better reconstruct our companies. And let me say that in this organization that has promoted partnership for development in the Americas, our member states have responded and reacted to the crisis by mutually providing support to one another. As we consider the voice needed to reconstruct our countries, we continue to appreciate the work carried out by the OAS that helps its members have prosperous, democratic, and safe societies as demanded by our citizens. The Inter-American Council for Integral Development that I had the pleasure and honor of chairing is a valuable forum for political dialogue on policies to create a frame of action. Beyond the dialogue, however, the work of CIDI and its executive secretariat as a development branch of the organization provides a forum to move forward in the tasks that we have to tackle. At this critical juncture, I urge member states to deepen their commitment with the Council at the highest possible level. We are stronger when united. The work of CD that I chaired in this period and by Ambassador Rita Guastioli of Guatemala from June to December 29 and Ria de Sanalin have involved an in-depth dialogue on the following issues.
Compétitivité, malnutrition infantile de la région.
The question of competitiveness, of malnutrition in the region. And the issues involving the environment that are key for reconstruction with resilience. The 10th meeting of ministers of education in the context of CD, as well as the meetings presided over by Antigua and Barbuda. The 10th meeting of Port CICIP, according to its Spanish language acronym. The 8th Inter-American meeting of ministers responsible for culture under the auspices of CD in September 2019. The meeting of ministers of labor in Quito, Ecuador in December 2019. The second specialized meeting at the highest level on cooperation that took place in November at the headquarters of the OAS. Also, the Science and Technology Committee met in October at OAS headquarters in Washington. The 4th ministerial meeting for energy and the environment in the Americas also took place in Jamaica, along with a meeting of ministers of tourism that was also held in the month of June. Mr. Chair, 2020 has represented a very important period for CD in terms of supporting the work of our member states. Let me highlight some of the fundamental aspects that we have engaged in terms of synergy and forging ties between a political area of action and our programmatic actions. In recent months, the Secretariat has held efforts to, again, support existing programs, including OAS scholarship and training programs, among others. In spite of the challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the relationship with West Top Business, the support for SMEs in the Caribbean, among others, have helped us to support those small and mid-sized companies, as well as strengthen their capabilities and provide opportunities to reinforce their resiliency, as well as the digitalization of over 60,000 micro and small companies to enable them to participate in e-commerce. We have also worked and seen the efforts in science, technology, and innovation in conjunction with several of the countries in the region, including centers of excellence for technology that have been established with a view toward providing sustainable development support primarily for the region. The Inter-American Competitive Network, REAC, has also undertaken over 220 initiatives in 23 countries through its Ideas Accelerator, as well as business support initiative and economic response and recovery plans to the pandemic. CD also has served in the energy area, particularly with a view toward development of renewable energies, as well as other support through the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas. In the area, again, of education, CD has supported countries in responding to the tremendous disruptions to the educational system. Online seminars, courses for educators, and particularly in the context of COVID-19, have helped to provide support for a variety of countries, including training for over 20,000 students, especially from the Caribbean, who are in particularly vulnerable circumstances. We've also seen the training of over 1,000 teachers and efforts to allow for the provision of high quality virtual education, in addition, of course, to over 1,000 scholarships provided to over 30 member states and a number of emergency scholarships to students who had been located in the United States when the pandemic hit to help them offset their economic difficulties. We've also seen a program done in conjunction with Chile to support over 2,000 students. Since the onset of the pandemic, CITI's work has concentrated in supporting the work of member states in grappling with the challenges posed by this pandemic, including teleworking and other forms of expansion of social protection, social dialogue, and labor security. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, these are just some of the aspects that are detailed in the report that CD has submitted to the General Assembly. Mr. Chairman, the program of the OAS, of course, merits our deepest commitment. by all member states. The responses, of course, that we have sought to ensure as our countries have sought to overcome this crisis. As we know, the way that we grapple with this, to paraphrase former President Kennedy, will be the guiding light for our future. So therefore, it is particularly salient to highlight the work of the member states and understand that working together is, of course, the key. Together, we are more than our individual parts. And that stands not just for CD, but for the organization overall. In this regard, our ability to serve our people will, in turn, depend on our ability to work together. I am confident, however, that we will be up to the challenges before us and that we will succeed in overcoming pending challenges. And I, in that context, would like to thank and congratulate both the team at headquarters under the leadership of Kim Osborne, specifically our Executive Secretary of CD, as well as all of the members of the CD team that have enabled the group to carry out all of these activities efficiently and effectively, despite the challenges of these unprecedented times. Mr. Chair, we look forward to a continuation of our work. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Charles, thank you very much for your presentation. The chair would like to take this opportunity to thank CIDI for its work since July 2019. We now move to agenda item 3, dialogue of heads of delegation. We shall now begin the dialogue of heads of delegation on the topic of this regular session of the General Assembly, facing the challenges of COVID-19 in the hemisphere, a collaborative approach to address vulnerabilities and build resilience in times of crisis based on the 4 pillars of the OAS. In accordance with the Agreement of Procedural Matters we have just approved, the floor will be given using the Kudo platform following the order of precedence that has already been determined by the drawing of lots, and for those delegations that have chosen to submit pre-recorded presentations in advance. They will be shown during this session following that same order of precedence. I would also wish to remind you that presentations are expected to not exceed 6 minutes per delegation, so that the time allotted to this item on the Assembly's agenda will allow for all the delegations to participate. Accordingly, I'm extremely pleased now to offer the floor to the head of delegation for Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency, Ambassador Sir Ronald Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this 50th General Assembly should have been an occasion for great celebration. Instead, it is being held under a cloud of fear and uncertainty that hangs over the entire planet. In the words of the UN Secretary General, a microscopic virus has brought the world to its knees, laying bare its fragilities. The world will not get up. It will not stand up unless all nations, large and small, act together. As long as the novel coronavirus lives among any community of mankind, all mankind remains in danger. It looms large across the globe, jumping across the divides of national borders and defying the belief that rich nations can survive while poorer nations succumb. Even the most powerful countries have been unable to stop the spread of the virus. And narrow political nationalist policies that undermine international cooperation are simply making matters worse. Of course, the poor and vulnerable are already the first to suffer from the economic impact of COVID-19. There are no trends identifiable today, Mr. President, no programs or policies that offer hope of narrowing the gap between rich and poor, let alone of bridging it. The countries of the Caribbean, from which no pandemic has ever originated, and from which no international financial crisis has ever begun, are among the most hardest hit. Already in many of our countries, a decade or more of economic growth and social development has been set back in 7 short months, and they cannot now attain the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. Unemployment has jumped dramatically, in some cases to 50%. Businesses have closed, some never to open their doors again. Savings have depleted. Poverty has increased. Malnutrition has returned. And so too has hunger and an increase in crime. And governments of small countries, unable to print money as governments in powerful countries do, cannot support the private sector, and they find it difficult to meet their own obligations. The international financial institutions, constrained by rules set by those who make their policies, deny concessional financing to small and vulnerable states on the basis of flawed criteria. The Paris Club demands payment of age-old debts, knowing fully well that states crippled by the effects of the pandemic are unable to pay. Yet, Mr. President, none will listen to the pleas for debt rescheduling and debt forgiveness, without which these nations could become basket cases with all the consequences that social and political instability will unleash. The pandemic has magnified inequalities, injustices, and unfairness. In my own country, apart from the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization, to which we are immensely grateful, my country has had to curb and contain the coronavirus from its own depleted resources, managing to keep deaths down to only 3, confirmed cases to 119, and active cases currently at 15. But, Mr. Chairman, not 1 cent came to Antigua and Barbuda from the international financial institutions to help my country struggle against the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. That is why, Mr. President, this organization cannot afford to ignore the calamitous effects of the virus on the health of our peoples and on the economies of our countries. While we all look forward to relief from the stranglehold of COVID-19, many of us know that when and if it passes, we will continue to live in fear of the existentialist threat posed to our countries by climate change. The unyielding fist of climate change grips the throats of our countries. Some member states of the OAS have decided that the purpose of this organization is solely political, and therefore development and security issues are less relevant than democracy and human rights. We in the Caribbean strongly uphold democracy and human rights, including free and fair elections. That's why we actively fought for democracy in Guyana for 5 months between April and August of this year. It is why we vigorously applauded it in the transparent and peaceful elections in Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, and St. Kitts Nevis in the last few months. It is also why we loudly acclaim the voice of the people in Bolivia, who 2 days ago overwhelmingly restored democracy in their country through the power of the ballot. But we also know, Mr. President, that the guarantees of democracy and human rights anywhere in the world are human development and human security. For democracy to survive, development must thrive. Therefore, if this organization is to remain relevant to the needs of its peoples, it needs to recognize that the world does not operate in separate compartments. Every activity is interlinked and integrated. In this regard, the OAS should be a unified voice in advocating for strong and decisive action on climate financing, not as a concession, not as an act of generosity, but as a moral, political, and environmental responsibility. OAS member states should also be a unified voice for the renegotiation and rescheduling of foreign debt, and for the affordable procurement of vaccines for all when one is found to counter COVID-19. Integration and collective action in the OAS should not be an option or a choice. It should be an imperative for all, rich and poor, large and small. COVID-19 has reminded us that no one is safe until everybody is safe. Mr. President, our hemisphere has always been an area of diversity, but we can find commonality, if not unity, through respectful dialogue and a genuine search for peaceful and beneficial solutions to our challenges. My delegation urges that we reaffirm our commitment to such dialogue and in the process, re-examine the governance of our organization to place member states where they should be at the helm of this organization, including on matters such as the right to protect. These are serious matters, Mr. President, with serious implications for people the world over. They ought not to be left to any one person or to any one group. Unity of human needs requires a functional multilateral system that rejects the bullying doctrine of exclusion and imposition and respects the democratic principles of participation and consent. Now, more than ever, hemispheric solidarity is urgently required, putting first not the advantage of any one of our nations, but the welfare of all of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the Foreign Minister from Argentina, His Excellency Felipe Carlos Sola. Excellency, please take the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to greet you and the Secretary General, as well as the heads of delegation, other delegates, and firstly express the solidarity of our nation with all of the victims of this crisis across the Americas in recent months. In this context, our policy has been to place an accent on the providing health care and providing opportunity to all across the board. In terms of employment, we have sought to support our people despite the challenges to our economy. We believe that the social policy is of the utmost importance until we can rebuild. Mr. President, Argentina would like to call us all to remember the Charter of the OAS that suggests, of course, that it is of the utmost importance across the region to provide appropriate grounds for political development and other forms as well. What this organization has done in this pandemic is exemplary of the ability to move forward despite existing challenges. Human rights, of course, are of the utmost importance both to Argentina and the organization. We have seen the treaties involved in human rights are of a constitutional rank in Argentina and of course in many countries across the region. We therefore believe that human rights must be respected and those that call for them should not be subjected to questioning, because very often the defense of human rights requires human rights protection. Argentina will decry all violations of human rights wherever they may occur without exclusion. We have come to Geneva to support the Bachelet report on Venezuela. We have done the same thing in August when the High Commissioner reported human rights violations in Bolivia. We have supported the work of the High Commissioner on Human Rights and particularly the work that's being done in Venezuela and the efforts to stem trouble and to act in defense of human rights. Let me note, Mr. President, that we believe the Secretary General should act in conjunction with the mandate of the political institutions and political organs within the organization in seeking to promote economic, social, legal, educational, scientific, and other rights among all member states. There is a breach of this mandate if it is not fully instituted and when the problem is worsened rather than alleviated. Mediation, contention, and serving always as the guarantor of peace across the Americans is the role of this organization, never the judge of such actions. We, Mr. Chairman, congratulate Bolivia on the elections held last December and congratulate the president-elect. Bolivia, as a sister country to Argentina, of course, as we all know, has suffered tremendously recently, but the people have spoken and found a way forward. As we have seen for many years, there have been sanctions imposed against peoples in our region, as we've seen in Cuba and now in Venezuela. These sanctions do little except to harm the people of these countries. We will once again bear witness to something that is of the deepest concern to us, and that is the division of our Latin America based on the belief as to what people feel or countries in our Americas feel with regard to Venezuela. Many other topics that have been put by the wayside to grapple solely with a single issue, which is what our position is vis-a-vis Venezuela. However, our societies are backsliding and the issues that we confront vis-a-vis other continents continue to be pressing despite the fact that they seem to be placed on the back burner. Argentina wonders then how we have come to this juncture. From the interpreters are doing their very best. The sound at origin is wanting. Mr. Chairman, we would like to note that the issue of indebtedness of our countries must go hand in hand with financial resources provided by those that have the most, because the issue of climate change affects us all. And those who are not in compliance with current mandate affect us all. We must work together to see how we can succeed, not only in terms of the current pandemic, but climate change, which is, of course, one of the utmost and most pressing issues of our era, as we've seen in the writings of Pope Francis and his encyclical. We must further be cognizant of the challenges that we face in many other arenas. We will support efforts at disaster mitigation and following the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development specifically. With regard to security, Argentina would like to note that in the context of multilateral security, the crimes of human trafficking, of immigrants, and of small and light weapons and parts are, of course, fundamentally important, of course, as well as the issue of drug trafficking in the broadest sense. We also need a peaceful, secure cyberspace to be able to share our benefits and development across the board equitably and equally. These are tasks that are underway in the OAS and that must be continued and strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General, friends all, to conclude, let me particularly thank the support extended to this delegation in our efforts to reinitiate discussions with the United Kingdom on the issue of the Malvinas Islands and surrounding areas, which is a cornerstone of our foreign policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your presentation. As the Bahamas and Canada have agreed to switch places in the speaking order, as such, I now invite the Foreign Minister of Canada, His Excellency Francois-Philippe Champagne, to take the floor. Please take the floor, my friend.
Minister, you have to activate your camera and your microphone at the center bottom of your screen.
Sorry, Excellencies, I was so keen to speak that I started before I put the camera and the volume on. So let me start because I was praising both the Secretary General and you, Mr. Chair. So I would want to make sure you hear that. So let me start again to say, distinguished colleagues, it was very interesting to listen to many of the statements that were made before. Secretary General Almagro, great to see you. Although we all wish we would be closer to you, but that's the new world. We have to do things virtually. Assistant Secretary General, thank you for your good work. It is obviously a pleasure to be with you all today. Excellency, Minister Enfield, our dear friend, great to see you in the chair, my friend, and thank you for presiding over the very first virtual General Assembly in these times of great challenges, great consequences, but I think great opportunities as well for the people in our hemisphere. 2023 represents an important milestone for Canada. Our 30th anniversary as a full member of the Organization of American States. And as you can imagine, we are very proud to be with part of this organization for now 30 years. This General Assembly, colleagues, come at a critical moment in our region's history. COVID-19 has hit our atmosphere hard, as we have heard many times this morning, with the impact felt throughout the whole region. Our thoughts are with all those who have lost loved ones in this terrible virus. COVID-19 has exposed the fragility of our health systems and inequalities in access to care. It has also made clear that our efforts to eliminate sexual and gender-based violence must be reinforced. The pandemic threatens the decades of progress on poverty reduction and achieving gender equality that we have worked so hard, all of us, to attain. We're also witnessing increasing insecurity, instability, and further marginalization of vulnerable individuals. Faced with this diagnosis, we all must act together to ensure that what started as a health crisis does not turn into a food or financial crisis in our hemisphere that would turn into a humanitarian crisis. Our response will shape our region for generations to come. Canada is committed to cooperating with our fellow countries in the hemisphere to face the pandemic and its consequences. None of us will be successfully recovering if countries outside our borders are not secure. We must all foster greater solidarity and dialogue and listen to one another's needs, even on issues where we do not see eye to eye. This is no time for polarized debate. We need to revitalize and empower our hemispheric institutions for the betterment of our region and our people, as it will save lives and livelihoods. We must reconfirm the importance we attach to the OAS core principles and demonstrate our unshakable commitment to democracy, human rights, security, and sustainable development. We must, with urgency and purpose, collectively reaffirm the relevance of the Inter-American Democratic Charter and strengthen its implementation as a key foundational instrument for our hemisphere. We are determined to support the most vulnerable and marginalized who are bearing the brunt of this crisis in many, many countries. They include women and girls, indigenous and Afro-descendants peoples, migrants and refugees, and the LGBTQ2I community. We must work together with our private sector to push for innovative solutions. Our entrepreneurs and companies are critical to the economic recovery and lasting prosperity of our hemisphere. We must harness the power of the private sector. Canada has pledged over $1 billion in direct support to the global pandemic response. This includes significant support to the Pan American Health Organization and other partners to save lives, protect health workers, and slow the spread of COVID-19 in our hemisphere. We're also working hard to the equitable development of a safe, effective, and affordable COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Just last month, Prime Minister Trudeau announced a $220 million contribution to the COVID-19 vaccine global access facility to purchase doses for low and middle income countries. Now let me say a few words about our friends in the Caribbean. Prime Minister Trudeau was pleased to join our good friend, the Jamaican Prime Minister Holness, and the UN Secretary General Guterres in convening a second leaders meeting on financing for development, including in the Caribbean. And I think, dear friends, this is one of the most promising initiatives that I think we should all pay attention to and contribute, because that's the first time issues of financing are discussed within the framework of the UN. Our Caribbean friends face a particularly daunting challenge in COVID-19. And I spoke to almost all of you during the crisis, and we made sure we would put our assets and be there for you as we have always been. So we applaud the measure Caribbean states have put in place to contain the virus spread. To my Caribbean friends and partners, I hope we can continue working together on pandemic recovery and towards strengthening economic and climate resilience. There's much more work to do, but we are committed to be partner with you in respect and as equal partners in this fight of the pandemic and tackling the biggest challenge that we have. When it comes to democracy, bolstering trust in our democratic institutions in the face of COVID starts with meeting popular demands to achieve greater equality, transparency, accountability, and inclusion. Despite challenges, Canada was pleased to see the will of the people and the democratic process ultimately upheld in Guyana this past August, including thanks to the continued support of the OAS, CARICOM, and other partners. In good news, Canada would also like to congratulate Luis Acre on his election as president of Bolivia recently. Canada commends the Bolivian people and their electoral authorities for their strong commitment in ensuring free and fair election in a transparent and very inclusive process. Restoring popular trust in democracy is also fundamental to curtailing growing authoritarian regimes in the region. Canada, like many countries, remains deeply concerned about the situation in Venezuela. The UN fact-finding mission's recent report confirms the crimes against humanity have been committed by the Maduro regime. As member of the OAS, we must work together to address this crisis afflicting our own hemisphere. It is only through dialogue with one another that we will find a solution. Canada will continue to work towards greater and even more united international pressure applied to the Maduro regime. We are committed to working at the OAS, within the Lima Group as co-chair, the group of friends of the Quito process, and with other partners to that end. The human rights situation and the ongoing political crisis in Nicaragua are also of much concerns. Canada calls on the government of Nicaragua to end all human rights violations and defend media freedom and work within the OAS on elections. The free press is the lifeblood of a democratic society. On November 16, Canada will co-host the second Global Conference for Media Freedom with our colleagues from Botswana. We will work hard to make it a productive and meaningful meeting. And to you all, I would like to invite you to join the Media Freedom Coalition. That's a formal invitation to all the colleagues online today. Canada's feminist approach to its foreign and international assistance policies remains at the very center of our diplomatic, development, and trade and humanitarian efforts in the region. We must redouble our efforts to curtail sexual and gender-based violence in the region, which has dramatically increased with stay-at-home orders. Indigenous populations have also been disproportionately impacted and hit hard by the pandemic. Supporting their pandemic recovery through the affirmation of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership are key priorities of our domestic and international agendas, including at the OAS. In conclusion, I leave you, distinguished colleagues, by renewing my call for all of us to first stand together during these challenging times. There's never been a better time, Secretary General, to show the world that the OAS can act together decisively and putting the lives and livelihood of people front and center in our action. To intensify our cooperation in the face of this pandemic, to show our citizens across our hemisphere that we are deeply committed, first to fight the pandemic and also to work together on the recovery, and to strengthen our support for democracy, human rights, and a sustainable and inclusive recovery that restores people's faith in their institutions. There's never been a better time to restore faith and provide hopes to people. Robust hemispheric institution and a strong united OAS is central to our success. And in that, Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General and Chair, you have a particular role as leaders to make sure, and Canada will stand with you at every step of the way. We look forward to working with you to end the threat of COVID-19 and to achieve our shared goals of a more just and prosperous hemisphere and a more coordinated approach on key issues. Thank you. Merci. Gracias. Obrigado. Back to you, Chair.
Merci, Minister. Thank you very much for your presentation. As colleagues are aware, presentations were provided by some delegations via video. We'll now watch the video presented on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Barbados, His Excellency Jerome Walcott. Before we start the video, there is a request on the floor for Nicaragua. Can we invite Nicaragua to the floor?
Sí,
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I asked for the floor on a matter of order in hearing the intervention by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada. It is not appropriate for this General Assembly of the OAS. It has not been convened for member countries of the organization to start saying what governments, what states, what countries have to do in their internal policies and their international politics. Let me be very clear. Nicaragua is highly respectful, and we have a vocation of respect towards human rights. Besides the fact that our constitution provides it, as a country, as a society, as a government, we do love human rights. We have suffered under dictatorship those effects, precisely a violation of human rights. Therefore, our state policies are focused on compliance, promotion of the core rights of Nicaraguan and human beings who transit through our country. I have asked for the floor because we cannot accept, Nicaragua does not accept, the government of reconciliation and national unity does not accept the intervention and the words expressed by the Minister of Canada. We'd like to emphasize on the fact that we have to have a rule of law, international law prevailing, the principles of the UN Charter, even the principles of the OAS Charter that call upon us to strengthen friendly relationships of cooperation, solidarity amongst states and governments. By respecting the principles of non-interference in internal affairs of states, Mr. President, we want to clearly establish and set our protest, our non-admission, our rejection to the words expressed by the Foreign Minister of Canada. We'd also like to tell the participants of this General Assembly, it is not the purpose of this session to interfere and point out certain countries. There needs to be mutual respect among states and peoples at an organization such as the one that is today holding a General Assembly. Let me be clear then to the Foreign Minister of Canada and for their excellencies, the ministers of other participating countries, that it is not appropriate, it is not correct to be pointing out certain countries about their internal domestic policies, nor insist on interfering with regards to what states and governments are doing. It is painful that Canada follows in the steps of the United States and appears to be a state that is subordinate to the United States, following its footsteps and its indications. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I did have to ask for the floor because this is an unacceptable situation. Thank you very much.
Minister, we take note of your intervention. Your comments will be added to the notes of the record. We now ask the Secretary to play the video of the Foreign Minister of Barbados.
Excellency, the Honorable Darwin Henfield, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Chairman of the General Assembly. Excellency Ambassador Audrey Marks, Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the OAS and Chairperson of the Permanent Council. Excellency Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General. Excellency Mr. Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General. Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs, heads of delegations, delegates, permanent observers, other representatives, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular pleasure to bring greetings from Bridgetown, Barbados, on behalf of the government and people of Barbados. Today, catastrophic circumstances have forced us to eschew traditional in-person meetings and instead adopt virtual meetings to conduct our business. This is, in my estimation, evidence of the unprecedented and uncertain times that confront us as a hemisphere. However, not all is lost. Our virtual gathering signals our intent to stand together to face the scourge of this pandemic and must be seen as a step in the right direction. It is also testimony of the need for collective action to tackle common threats, confirming also that multilateralism remains the most effective system to address global threats. Whilst I am honored to be with you today to continue in earnest the critical work of this august body, these are deeply troubling times, particularly for small island development states. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this 50th regular session, Facing the Challenges of COVID-19 in the Hemisphere, a collaborative approach to addressing vulnerabilities and building resilience in times of crisis based on the 4 pillars of the OAS, is indeed very apt, given the critical juncture at which the OAS and the world finds itself. The challenges of COVID-19 are present, and like dark clouds looming on the horizon, represent an ominous foreboding for all states. Sir, the situation remains grave for many developing low and middle income countries. Not many viable options are available to us. For those of us in the Caribbean community faced with domestic contractions, falling exports, and severe difficulties due to flagging tourism receipts, the future is dire. Against this backdrop, many of our states remain in the grip of a very active Atlantic hurricane season. As small developing states, we are very concerned that this crisis may be existential at worst, reversing much of our hard-won gains. This pandemic has blatantly exposed our inherent vulnerabilities, which are being exacerbated and undermined by this global health crisis. Yet, in many ways, as small states, we have proven resilient. For the most part, our centralized governments have produced nimble, rapid response efforts, which have recorded significant public compliance through structured preventative measures. But despite our most valiant efforts, the crisis has and continues to strain our limited health infrastructure and to disrupt valuable supply chains. With travel and tourism at a standstill, many small states, particularly small island development states, are facing acute economic crises and increased unsustainable debt. Only with the support of our multilateral partners can we expand our limited fiscal space to secure more robust preparation for the reopening of our economies and to drive a green and smarter recovery. The pandemic has brought into sharp focus and intensified inequalities among our countries. The hemispheric response to the global pandemic must embrace international development cooperation as a means to strengthen resilience and to ensure that no state, particularly small, vulnerable ones, is left behind. Many states, like those in the Caribbean community, face high external debt burdens, which require complementary external debt suspension or relief programs. Our small states are also particularly vulnerable because of our geographic positioning and our strong dependence on trade. Concomitantly, our limited access to development finance and the disproportionate impact of natural disasters and climate change to our economies further exacerbates our development challenges. As a principal political forum for dialogue between the countries of the Americas, the OAS can play a pivotal role. Through this forum, member states collectively pursue policies for the protection and promotion of democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development in the hemisphere. As the oldest multilateral body in the Western Hemisphere, the OAS remains the premier organ for political dialogue and in seeking to build resilience for its member states, particularly the more vulnerable. The OAS must therefore of necessity be at the forefront of international policies and rules that are more responsive to small states' needs. When we speak of building resilience, this hemispheric body must also commit to assisting small states access to critical financing. The OAS, based on its 4 pillars, must bring together member states to discuss ideas, build consensus and policy positions, and advocate on behalf of its constituents. Without this valuable support, many small states will be unable to fulfill the basic ideals and principles which this body holds dear. Without critical support, many small and vulnerable states will be unable to respect, protect, and fulfill their human rights obligations. There will also be difficulties in addressing challenges that arise from our interconnectedness and global phenomena such as climate change, global displacement, and COVID-19 will continue to wreak havoc. We recognize that COVID-19 has diverted attention and resources away from other pressing challenges such as security issues, the war on drugs, hunger, and gender inequality. Moreover, climate change still represents the greatest threat to humanity. To this end, Barbados has sponsored a resolution on climate change. The resolution, entitled Advancing the Hemispheric Response to Climate Change in the Context of the COVID-19 Pandemic, calls on all member states to take robust and integrated action to prevent and address the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, drive growth, build resilience, and accelerate the transition to low-carbon economies. It also requests the General Secretariat to use its good offices to advocate for new and accelerated financing solutions to advance the hemispheric response to the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. As a SIDS, we recognize that we face an uneven burden in seeking to mitigate climate change, whilst at the same time working to secure increased development financing. As I have noted in Barbados' address to the 75th session of the General Debate at the United Nations General Assembly, the greatest contributors to the climate crisis do not bear the consequences proportionately. Some countries provide suggestions on how small island development states should seek to mitigate climate change, whilst at the same time adopting measures that severely undermine our efforts. The impact of the pandemic has been felt across the hemisphere, and as member states deal with their own economic contractions, this organization's finances have also suffered as a result. In the year ahead, operating with a reduced budget ceiling, the OAS must prioritize efficiency and preserve critical mandates and ensure that our meetings have productive value for the people of the Americas. Even in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis, we cannot lose sight of the existential threat of climate change. Chair, it is deeply troubling that as of now, all current projections show that the Americas will miss its mitigation targets to lower global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2030. Worse still, the resources that have been diverted towards this pandemic have significantly narrowed our fiscal space to meet our adaptation needs for the climate change. On this score, Barbados is heartened to be joined by 20 member states in the sponsorship of this resolution, which galvanizes our collective advocacy to international financial institutions, permanent observer partners, and external donors to support the momentum of climate ambition in this hemisphere. The Inter-American system has been buoyed by successfully contributing to the maintenance of peace and security in the hemisphere. This has been particularly evident through its electoral monitoring processes and fighting discrimination in all its forms, especially against women, the disabled, the marginalized, and indigenous populations, and, as its motto declares, in striving to attain more rights for more people. It is for this reason that the development pillar of the OAS not only remains critical to the organization's progress, but becomes even more relevant to the continued socioeconomic development of member states, particularly small developing states, but at any period in the organization's history. The Executive Secretariat for Integral Development, SEDI, of the OAS has sought to refocus its work plan, developing initiatives to assist member states to address the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. For these actions, they need to be commended for being timely in their response. These initiatives, undertaken by SEDI, are aimed at enhancing the competitiveness and greater digitization of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Support for these sectors, hard hit by the global pandemic, is fully endorsed by Barbados. We also welcome the work being done to assist young scientists and entrepreneurs to adapt technology to develop innovative products and services. Initiatives like these are especially important at a time when our economies are pressed to diversify. Additionally, viable alternatives, avenues of employment should be made available to our youth, particularly when traditional means of employment are closing. Barbados fully supports the adoption of this year's resolution on advancing hemispheric initiatives on integral development, particularly the impassioned call for member states to discuss access to international financing. Furthermore, the strengthening of international cooperation mechanisms, given the specific challenges of small island and low-lying development states, as well as low and middle-income countries, to consider additional criteria to assess poverty and development of countries to include vulnerability, in addition to income status indicators, is indeed welcome. These discussions are critical to ensure meaningful strides are made towards attaining sustainable and climate resilient development for all our countries. The government of Barbados fully appreciates and embraces the principles of multilateralism. We believe that multilateralism remains even more critical at this stage. Our shared common interests and challenges underscore the belief that when we work together to create inclusive, secure, peaceful societies with equal opportunities for all, we are stronger in our unity. The coronavirus, which is too small to be seen with the naked eye, is no respecter of wealth or geographical size. Yet it has proven that it is only when we work together that we stand a chance to defeat this small but formidable foe. Barbados therefore remains committed to the continued exploration of increased access to concessional financing and greater cooperation on advancing dialogue on the equitable access to vaccines against COVID-19, affordable quality testing and surveillance testing to manage the community transmission impacting so many countries at this time. It is imperative, therefore, that we do not waver from our adherence to these principles and that we hold fast to the provisions of the founding documents of our organization, even when, or especially when we are faced with crises, as we inevitably will. At these difficult moments, it is incumbent on us to rely on dialogue, active, inclusive dialogue that seeks to create and ensure an environment and conditions for growth and progress to thrive for the good of the majority. Mr. President, even as we continue to promote dialogue, member states must also remain committed and unwavering in strengthening wherever possible the resources, human and financial, of the Secretariat so that it can implement the mandates prioritized and approved by member states. Mandates which are designed to operate in the best interests of member states and which can only be achieved with the support of an efficient and effective Secretariat. One thing remains clear: the world as we know it is forever change, and this change continues to manifest itself in ways hitherto unheard of and never before envisaged. A global novel virus has kept us sheltering in place, contained in our homes. Businesses have been forced to reorient the way they conduct their operations. To do otherwise is to create your own demise. Government's relationship with whom it served has also been altered significantly. At the individual level, our interactions with the outside world and even to each other may never be the same again. Faced with a common external threat, as states we are forced to look past our differences. COVID-19, while a formidable foe, presents us with a singularity of purpose that should help us reset and regroup, recalibrate if we must. In recalibrating, our OAS too must be effective and efficient, developing a resilience that serves the needs of its member states. To do otherwise is to secure its demise, rendering it obsolete. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. We now invite the distinguished Foreign Minister from Belize, His Excellency Wilfred Ellington, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Darwin Henfield, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Chairman of this Assembly, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez, fellow foreign ministers and delegations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation from Belize, allow me to express my gratitude to the Organization of American States and its staff for its determination and innovation to make today's gathering possible, despite the fact that we are in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. We cannot underscore enough the importance of this assembly, especially now at a time when the trials and tribulations of everyday life have been magnified tenfold by the difficulties visited upon us by this dreaded and invisible foe. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected our hemisphere more acutely than any other region in the world. 3 of the 4 countries which have recorded the highest number of COVID-19 deaths are countries from our hemisphere. ECLAC estimates that Latin America and Caribbean economies will contract by 9% in 2020, putting our GDP back to the same level as 2010. Further, 2.7 million formal businesses will close. Unemployment will rise by 80 million to 44 million. Extremity is expected to rise by 4.5%, resulting in an additional 28 million persons joining ranks of the extreme poor. The toll of COVID-19 pandemic has magnified and exacerbated the inequalities that have long been present in many societies in our hemisphere. This reality underscores visibly the urgency of addressing more effectively the development challenges that our hemisphere faces. Therefore, we are compelled to reiterate our call for adequately resourcing the development pillar of the OAS, if the OAS is to continue being relevant and integral to our hemisphere. As we begin a long road to recovery, it will be imperative to invest in education and skills training, in renewable energies, women and girls, MSMEs, digital connectivity. The OAS is well equipped to support the member states on the common goal of recovering better and stronger and of accelerating our sustainable development. The MSME digitization program and digital skills programs are even more important to our economies as we rebuild. We also wish to applaud the work of CIDIC,
for the technical assistance provided to small business development centers and their clients in priority areas such as financial literacy and management, productivity, building resilience, and competitiveness. Not only are these an important aspect of education, they are a vital building block of a solid economic edifice that cannot be constructed without medium, small, and micro enterprises. Similarly, in energy, COVID-19 also revealed the intensive interconnectedness of our countries. Again, the OAS has a critical role to play here in drawing our hemisphere closer together. Our recovery from COVID-19 presents a serendipitous opportunity to rebuild our communities, our countries, our hemisphere, so that they are fairer, more equal, greener, cleaner, and smarter. We are appreciative of the advocacy and commitment of the Secretary General on this issue. The SG has taken it upon his office to champion important global decision makers that the strict use of GDP per capita only as a basis for determining access to necessary financing is devoid not only of creativity, but is also unhinged from reality. The strict adherence to GDP per capita by FIs, when applied to nations whose economies are small, vulnerable to external shocks in unique ways, and to nations that stare at devastating storms, sometimes on an annual basis, is not only wrong, but also inhumane in the most base of ways. We are grateful for his advocacy in this regard and call upon the international community to spare no effort to seek the necessary reform of the IFIs to depart from an orthodoxy that hurts our small nations. Financing the recovery must entail revisiting the anachronistic rules of the international financial system, which excludes small island developing states from access to grant financing, concessional resources, and debt standstill arrangements. In this respect, we are advocating for a SIDS compact, a commitment to SIDS-specific policy solutions for financing, which includes addressing liquidity, debt cancellation, the participation of private creditors, and debt swap instruments. Another troubling issue for the Caribbean, and increasingly for some members of SICA, is the de-risking of domestic banks that leaves local banks with the unenviable task of seeking new and open partnerships in regions outside our hemisphere. This new exposure, this new burden, is unfair to harmony in trading relations that must not only exist in Americas, but must be strengthened. In this regard, we thank the SG again for also agreeing to bring attention to this difficult and potentially disastrous situation. While the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted some plans and momentum for climate action, it has not diminished the urgency or danger of the climate emergency that our hemisphere and our planet is facing. Indeed, even before COVID-19, Belize was already grappling with a drought which had resulted in over $50 million lost in agriculture in northern Belize. While managing COVID-19, Belize had to contend with Hurricane Nana, which impacted agriculture in southern Belize. We, the small island developing states, live on the front line of the climate emergency. We cannot lose sight of this existential threat that climate change poses to small island and low-lying developing states. I wish to point out that the countries feeling the worst effects are not the countries creating the bulk of the greenhouse gases. It is time for these countries to begin to take on a greater responsibility for not only halting, but also reversing climate change. Thus, we call on all member states to recall their obligations under the Paris Accord and to pursue more ambitious, nationally determined contributions. Mr. Chairman, this sage and eminent gathering of member states called the OAS has several important obligations, not least among them being the voice of the most vulnerable of our citizens regardless of race, religion, or national origin. Over the last few months, the Americas' racism and injustice have been front and center of global concern. We cannot ignore the many street protests by concerned citizens of all colors in the hundreds, perhaps thousands of communities all over the Americas. The killing of George Floyd was repulsive not only in North America, but in the hearts of all men and women of decency in the hemisphere. It reminded us that there is still work to be done in this regard. In December of last year, this prescient body, led mostly by CARICOM, but supported by other like-minded states, resolved to condemn the racism that was evident in the southern part of our hemisphere. I say this to underscore the fact that racism is a cancer that must be fought from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego, whether cloaked in political expediency or so-called freedom of speech, whether its evil is manifested in halls of power or the frustration of the powerless. Racism is racism. It is evil, and it must be made a thing of the past. Mr. Chair, may I take a minute now to emphasize the gratitude of the people of Belize to the family of Mr. Luis Alonso Munoz Sagastume, who passed away earlier this year due to COVID-related conditions. Mr. Munoz Sagastume died while on duty for the OAS Adjacency Zone mission to Belize and Guatemala, and in so doing, he gave the ultimate service to lasting peace in Austria. We extend to his family and to the OAS our deepest condolences and our most sincere appreciation for his service. Mr. Chair, colleagues, I'm pleased to bring to your attention a stellar example of how organizations like the OAS is making its mark for peace, cooperation, security, and development in the region. Having been in this seat since 2008, I'm a living witness to the OAS being a positive force for good. The Secretariat, its leadership, and its membership has continuously supported the efforts of Belize and Guatemala to settle the Guatemala territorial claim to Belize and to ensure peace in our region. Much has been achieved since 1st December 2000, when the Permanent Council formally committed its support to this process. It has not been an easy process for any of our governments, but in the 12 years that I've been Foreign Minister of Belize, Belize and Guatemala have, despite our differences, ratified and implemented a partial scope agreement. We have signed and obtained popular support in both countries for a special agreement to submit Guatemala's claim to the International Court of Justice, where the dispute is now being heard. In December 2014, Central American heads of states and government were in Placentia, Belize, where they witnessed our two countries signed 13 bilateral cooperation agreements in several areas of mutual interest. With stops and starts, the Bilateral Commission, established under the Agreement on Confidence Building Measures of 2005, has been effective, and it has helped to promote better bilateral relations. There are many more achievements I could list, but suffice it to say that none of these accomplishments would have been possible without the strong support and commitment of the OAS, its membership, a group of friends, and our Secretary Generals, past and present, as well as the able professionals among the Secretariat staff. I therefore wish to especially recognize Secretary General Almagro, my friend, for his personal and institutional leadership and encouragement. I want to recognize his special envoy, Ambassador Washington Abdallah, who has now moved on to serve his country of Uruguay at this eminent institution here in DC. The work of each of them is important and crucial for the success of our efforts for Belize and Guatemala to bring finality to a long-standing claim and for us to be able to fully normalize our relations. I thank you for your support and urge all of you to continue supporting this great cause. And while I'm on the topic of gratitude, many thanks are also in order for each and every member state in this hemisphere for supporting Ambassador Nestor Mendes to a second term in office. it is not lost upon us that his second term was achieved by acclamation. Hermanos y hermanas, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. All in all, Mr. Chair, this hemisphere is better off because of the work done at this institution. And on this my parting intervention, I take this opportunity to thank all member states for invariably showing kindness, respect, and willingness to listen and collaborate with my small and vulnerable country, Belize. This experience, called the Organization of American States, while not without the imperfection that is but human, springs hope eternal for a kinder, gentler world, one without the evil of race, inequality, and superiority. One where the smallest amongst us gets an honest hand in partnership for success and development. One where democracy becomes more embedded in our everyday life, and our citizens are free from the torments of insecurities, whether perpetuated by a state or by criminal ambitions. One where we live in a better world. I will miss you all. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. It would be remiss of me if I did not thank you personally as chair of this assembly for the service that you have rendered not only to your country, Belize, but to the entire region and our hemisphere. You have been distinguished in your service to us all, and we thank you. And I'm sure I speak for each of us when I say we shall sadly miss you. But I have your phone number and I know how to find you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Distinguished representatives, our agenda includes another activity that is scheduled to begin in a few moments. I therefore propose that we adjourn this session. If you agree, I suggest that this plenary session take note of the interesting presentations by the heads of delegation and that they be duly recorded in the minutes. Pending statements will be presented when the second plenary session reconvenes, which is scheduled to take place today at 4 p.m. in the same virtual meeting room. The session will begin with the list of speakers as noted down by the Secretariat of the General Assembly. We now move to a break.